So yeah, we were talking about Daphne du Maurier's Don't Look Now. And I just think Donald Sutherland is the absolute best choice that they could have had for the tragic grieving father. And Julie Christie was an excellent best choice for the grieving mother for the child that they lost. They have another little child, a little boy, but he's there in the story, but it's not about him, it's about the loss of the daughter. And as I say, Donald Sutherland may not understand, but he has the second sight, and he doesn't understand that, and he thinks the little apparition that he's seen running around Venice in a red raincoat and a pair of red Wellingtons is the spirit of his dead daughter. And he's thinking every time he sees her, he's having a bit of a he's grieving. They're both grieving. They love their child, and they're absolutely heartbroken that she's gone. While they're there at the restaurant, a lady who's blind and her sister appear to Julie Christie, and the blind sister, who has the second sight, says to her that she has a message from their daughter, and that she wanted her mother to know that where she was happy. And of course, the mother is so overcome with absolute grief that she faints in the restaurant. Donald Sutherland thinks that these ladies are con artists, and he won't allow his wife to have anything to do with them. But Donald Sutherland also is grieving for his daughter, and every time he sees this little apparition, he thinks it's his grief. And he doesn't tell his wife. And it's absolutely tragic at the end of the film, and it is visually stunning. The music score is just amazing for the film, as is the writing and the directing. And if you can imagine rain-soaked streets of Venice, and Donald Sutherland is running around looking for his daughter because he's absolutely convinced that she's come back to him, and it's absolutely heartbreaking. The ending is sublime. It's worth sitting down and watching this film. It's just visually stunning, and it's an intelligent horror, a very intelligent horror, and I'd highly recommend it. I really would. It was on Halloween for the BBC. I think we're getting the swing of it today. Now, the next one. So yeah, watch that one. It's 1973. It may still be on the BBC iPlayer, but I think it's also available to watch on Amazon, but you'd have to stream it. But it's definitely worth it. It deals with grief and psychological terror, and the acting is superb. And I think Julie Christie and Donald Sutherland gave the acting probably one of their best performances of that decade, if not their careers. It's just such a phenomenally good film. It really is. Now we're going to talk about one called David. What is my name? My name is Fairy. And we're talking 1970s art house horror. Okay? The next one I'm going to bring you is from 1979, and it's The Brood by David Cronenberg. This is a very obscure, very strange film. It's based on psychological terror at its finest. We're dealing with a woman who has quite difficult psychological needs, and she's wanting separation from her husband. She hasn't actually technically asked for a divorce yet, but you can tell that that's where this is going. Now, this couple have a 6-year-old child, and the 6-year-old child is suddenly and inexplainably attacked by what we think are other children because they're the right height and they look to be the right age, her age of 6. And they seem to be absolutely malevolent, these children. And we don't know where they've come from and why they're targeting this little girl. And unfortunately, this little girl's grandmother, I think it's the grandmother, gets killed by these children, these things. And it becomes clear as the film goes on where these brood of children have come from, henceforth the name of the film called Brood. And it's a proper little nerve jangler. Oliver Reed stars in this one. And he is, when he was sober, he was an excellent actor, classically trained, wonderful British actor. And he plays a psychologist to this girl's mother. And the connection between the mother and the child and these things becomes very, very evident as the film goes on. And the ending of the film is at the local asylum where Oliver Reed is playing the role of the psychologist and the mother is playing the role of the patient. And the poor husband, who's trying to work out what is going on all the way through the film, is being gaslit by the Oliver Reed character into thinking that everything that's gone wrong in his wife's life is his fault and he's responsible for it. He's doing his best to protect his 6-year-old daughter from what's going on because she's too young to understand. And he's absolutely terrified that whatever's wrong with his wife is going to manifest itself in his child. Well, they do say like mother, like daughter, don't they? But it is an absolute classic. David Cronenberg is amazing at psychological horror. And it has tastefully done really good jump scares, but it's a slow, dare I say, brooding horror, nicking the title of the film. And it's really creepy, and it gets under your skin. It properly gets under your skin. And it's really creepy. And it's how Oliver Reed plays on the emotions of the husband and wife, and how he's using the child as like a weapon between the mother and the father. And also this strange little children that are very malevolent little children, and they're on a little mission, and it's unclear at first as to who's controlling them and why do they want these children to do all these really evil things, which is getting rid of family members. I mean, to all intent and purposes, from a distance, they look like normal children. But it's only when you get up close and really look at them that you realise just how odd they truly are. I mean, from the back, they just look like normal kids. They do. They look like normal children. And they run and they act like normal children. And then the little darlings, they're like the Cabbage Patch Kids from hell. You know, little mutants, really. When you really look at them, they're not right. They're really not right. They're like spawn of Satan. And yet, where have these children come from? And you find that out as you're watching the film, and my goodness me, the ending is by far, you'll be watching it like that. I'm not joking. The first time I saw it, right, it was in a midnight showing, midnight special. A long time ago. It was back in the 80s when I shouldn't have been watching horror movies, but I was. I don't even think I was 10 years old. I think it was 88, 87. I'd have been 8 or 9 years old when I saw this film. Way too young to be watching films like this, but the damage had been done, you know. I like Hammer horror, and I love horror films. And yeah, I'd say I'd be about 9 years old. And yeah. And I watched it for the first time, and I mean, it's one of those films that stayed with me, living up here, rent-free, many years later, and still, if I sit down and I watch this film, I'm feeling uncomfortable about halfway into the third act, and it's for good reason. It's because the ending is flipping brutal. It honestly, it's psychological terror at its finest. And if you've not seen David Cronenberg's The Brood, do yourselves a favour, clear your schedule for tonight and get that film and sit down and watch it. Right? And then you'll understand when you get to the third act of the film, we're not quite at the end, but everything is suddenly starting to make a whole lot of sense. And you're just starting to realise who and what the Brood really is. And I'll take my hat off to you, David Cronenberg. You are a stylish horror man. You know how to tell a tale in such a way that years from now, when you've watched it, you'll still be thinking about it. You definitely will. It's like that with a lot of David Cronenberg films. But The Brood doesn't get talked about as much as Videodrome and Scanners and the one where they're in the high-rise apartment. I'll remember that one in a minute. It's gone. I'll remember it in a minute. I'm going to put up here David Cronenberg. Here we are. I'll find it in a minute. Shivers. That's the word I'm thinking of. Shivers. That one, they're all in a high-rise apartment, and there's these things that look like giant leeches, and everybody seems to be infected with them. It's almost like an STD has been transmitted to the residents of the high-rise apartments, and it's so brilliantly done. Again, that's another very underrated film that he did from, when was Shivers done? Oh, blimey. Let's see what year that came out. 1975. Gosh. So 50 years ago, right, that film came out. Again, I saw that film when I was way too young. Way too young. I would have been about 9 or 10 years old. Right, shouldn't have been watching films like David Cronenberg at that age, but there you go. You're not going to change what's done's done. But my goodness me, amazing. And it will live in my brain rent-free for the rest of my days. And what I love about David Cronenberg is he is an intelligent storyteller. He does intelligent horror. And sometimes, like I say, when you can watch your shocker, your gory, your splatters, your slashers, right? And there is absolutely nothing wrong with those films. They're great, they're entertaining, they give you the hit that you need, and you leave feeling very satisfied. And then there's that part of your brain that says, I want a little bit more. I want somebody to sit down and tell me a tale of terror that is so good that will absorb the very essence of my being to the point where I am utterly submerged within this world and I do not want to leave. And that is what you get with a David Cronenberg film. It's consumes you. It swallows you whole and does not let up until the very final end credits are going. And that sometimes, my darling, that's what you want. You want to be submerged within that world. And you will get that with David Cronenberg. He's just so talented. Absolutely amazing. His storylines are phenomenal. Especially the early stuff that he did in the 70s. It's just, he was there at the right time, doing the right films and being thoroughly entertaining, and sometimes that is just what you need, you know, a phenomenal film with an excellent storyline, a brilliant cast, and I guarantee when you've seen what David Cronenberg can do with movies, you will realise that there isn't anything else quite like what he does out there. They've tried, but they just can't be him. Obviously, he's the king of that kind of horror for a reason. I mean, we wouldn't have had the one with Jeff Goldblum and Gina Davis, and we all know it as The Fly. The second one was an okay movie, but the original David Cronenberg, The Fly, is body horror at its finest. It's not so much a psychological as it is body horror. However, if you've not seen The Fly, may I recommend that you do. Start off with the Vincent Price one and the old black and white Fly. That is frightening. That is a very, very scary film. And how they did the special effects for that film, you know, in the year that it came out, I will tell you, I'm going to put up The Fly. (1958). Yeah, 1958. It was produced and directed by Kurt Newman and starred David Hedison, Patricia Owens, Vincent Price, and Herbert Marshall. The screenplay was by James Clavell. It's based on a 1957 short story by the same name by George Langeland. Yes. The film tells the story of a scientist who is transformed into a grotesque human-fly hybrid after a common housefly enters unseen into a molecular transporter with which he is experimenting, resulting in his atoms being combined with those of the insect. The film was released by CinemaScope on the 20th Century Fox with colour by Deluxe. It was followed by two black and white sequels, Return of the Fly, 1959, and Curse of the Fly, 1965. And a remake, directed by David Cronenberg, was released in 1986. It is pure nightmare fuel. 1958, Vincent Price was in his prime, and he was phenomenal as the Doctor. Utterly phenomenal. Sorry. Hello, Lucy. Shall we call you Lucy? Hello, Lucy. You're joining us talking about really obscure 1970s horror, but we're flipping in between the eras and we're doing really obscure horror. And now we're talking about The Fly from 1958 and not the one that was released in 1986, of which I have seen both. And I saw the one in 1986 when I was 10 years old. Again, another movie that I watched way too young, but I had a thing when I was younger for David Cronenberg, and it has never left me. I think the man's a genius. I think he is probably one of the greatest horror movie makers that we've ever seen. He's up there with I'm going to remember their names in a minute. I'm terrible. John Carpenter. Yeah, I'm sorry, my brain just went for a wander. Sometimes I'm so tired. John Carpenter. I can't, sweetheart, due to copyright business. I don't want the channel getting taken down. He's up there with Wes Craven and John Carpenter. Yes, he is. David Cronenberg. He's up there with those guys. Phenomenal. 1978, I believe, Halloween hit our screens, and that lived in my head rent free as well. I saw that when I was around about 10 years old, and you know, there's a pattern here, isn't there, people? I'm seeing films that I shouldn't have been watching, but my parents just were not interested in what I was consuming and watching, and I have been a horror girl ever since. Can't help myself. It's like giving a box of chocolates, right? Sometimes you want Charbonnel and Walker, yeah, champagne truffles, right? And then you want a dairy milk bar, and you want something in between. 1983. Oh my goodness me, Christine, the car. Plus the music. Visually stunning film. Phenomenal acting. The music, John Carpenter did the music for that film. Amazing. Absolutely phenomenal. Good film. Oh my goodness me, Sophie, is it your last day at school? Have a really good time and make sure everybody signs your shirt. Okay, sweetheart? You see, Wes Craven, sadly, he's no longer with us. Music, think about Snake Plissken, Escape from LA and Escape from New York. Doesn't that music to those films just set you up for the movie? I mean, you just know you're in for an absolutely cracking night if you're there and you're listening to the music, and then the film starts and it's like, I know the effects on it are really cheap, but the story writing's really good and the music's phenomenal, and the cast as well is fantastic. Oh, I think something's burning. Hang on. Is something burning? Is something burning? word is burnt toast. Yeah, I can't, due to obviously, Lucy, copyright. It's just one of those things, and you know, it's there for a reason. You can't ask me to show things like that, and I can't play music, and I can't do anything like that, and you should know the rules on what goes on YouTube, and I really don't want to get my channel taken down, so please don't. I can't. I'm sorry, love. You're getting ready in 20 minutes, but Sophie, well, go and have a fabulous day, my dear. Oh, everyone's doing fine. We're doing really well, and I'm so proud of you, Sophie. Go and have the best day. You'll remember the last day of school for the rest of your days. Have fun. That's all you need to do today, is go and have some fun. So yeah, as long as everyone's okay with that. Sorry, we'll continue. Anyway, you know, with David Cronenberg, that what you're going to get is a visual smorgasbord of something very grotesque, scary, downright nightmare fuel, and you get that with his work. And I'm not joking. If you've never seen the film Brood or Shivers, and you're wanting something a little bit different, may I recommend both of those films by David Cronenberg. They work on a psychological, terror, fuel-driven nightmare, and they are both body horror as well as psychological horror. And as I say, they will live in my head rent-free for the rest of my days. And I saw them way too young. Think about getting away from David Cronenberg, and we will talk about John Carpenter. And we're not going to do the 1978 masterpiece which came out called Halloween with Michael Myers, because everybody talks about that film. With good reason. It set the standard for slasher movies. It really did. Yes. Yes, I have watched The Walking Dead. The Brood is very creepy, brilliant. Oh, Oliver Reed, just, you know, amazing. The guy, when he was sober, was a phenomenally wonderful actor. Sophie, have the best day at school. Okay? Have a great time, and tell us all about it when you get back. I don't know. My Sophie, she gets so excited about absolutely everything, which is a good thing at that age. You're supposed to be excited about life. Heck, when you get to my age, you're supposed to be excited about life. But yeah, if you really want to watch some very obscure, very different type of horror, you'll get it with David Cronenberg, most definitely. Anyway, we were going to move on to John Carpenter. Now, one of my favourite John Carpenter films that was ever done was called Assault on Precinct 13. Not enough people talk about that film. It is a psychological, it is a horror. And it's based on a police station that's about to be decommissioned. And they're switching everything off at the police station, right down to the power that supplies it, to the telephone lines that go to it. And it's just another ordinary day in America. everybody's minding their own business, and the salesman needs to go and make a call back to his office. And he gives his daughter a few quarters so that she can go and get herself an ice cream. And you just know that everything is just going to go to absolute shit. It really is. It's going to go so wrong, so quick. It's going to absolutely take your breath away. He's busy talking to the office. He's given what he thinks is enough money for his daughter to get an ice cream. Off she trots to the ice cream man. Now, I will use this as a caveat. If you see an ice cream truck and he ain't going ding-a-ling-a-ling, you ain't going up there to get an ice cream at this point, right? Use this as a stranger danger. You are not getting an ice cream from that ice cream man, right? End of, finito, it ain't happening. No, this girl is like, I'm not just gonna go up for an ice cream, I'm gonna skip all the way to the ice cream truck. And you're all sat there watching the film going, no, today's not your day, and do not ask for a flake. Right? Unfortunately, she did not get the memo. And off she goes. I'd like strawberry syrup on my ice cream, please. Oops. Scanners, excellent film. You'll be back at 1 p.m, Sophie. Good. Lovely to see you. Prison 13, it's really intense. I didn't like the remake. I'll be really honest, Johnny. I did not like the Ethan Hawke remake. It tried. It really did try, but it missed the mark on so many levels. Sometimes there is a room for a remake, but the best one is usually the first. It's okay, right? If you want in a modern, if you've never seen the original Assault on Precinct 13, you'd probably think that the remake was very good. And I'm not knocking it to that extent. I mean, the acting's good, but it's just, it lacked something. And it was I think it's the ambience of what the one from the 70s brought. In fact, what year did it come out? This is why isn't Google like the best thing in the world? (1970) Oh, same year as I was born. Obviously, everything good came in 76. It really did. But anyway, it lacked something, Johnny. Did Assault on Precinct 13, the remake. And although it was very good, and I just think I'm a girl of, I know what I want. I've reached the age of 50 and I know what I want. And I want authenticity. I want the real deal. I want something that I can get my teeth into. And that was John Carpenter's The Original. And it's just the music and the cinematography and the lighting and the fact that I feel as though I'm transported back in time to when things were a little bit more gritty back in the 70s, when they made a movie about, they wanted to inspire what actual street violence was like, and they did not spare your feelings. Visually, they sucker punched you with what was going on. The shootout in the police station, wherever it's like every man for himself, you know, you get your copper-coloured candy, and there you are, loading up and shooting off, and trying your best to survive the night in the police station from absolute hell. And I don't know, it's like everywhere you look, there's another flipping bullet flying through the wall. And I bet no wonder some of the characters ending up looking like Swiss cheese. And for the life in me, John Carpenter, you better not leave this planet before you tell me why he was called Napoleon. I need to know, and it's been bothering me. Taxi Driver, Rocky Kemp, 76, you see, wasn't that a great year for films? I mean, obviously, I graced the world with my presence. So 1976 is a lot to be thankful for. Carrie, oh yeah, gosh, Carrie, the girl with the stare. Don't go there. Oh, believe me, Carrie White. I know the poem that goes along with it, but I can't say the last bit because I'll get kicked off my own channel, which will not be good. Purchase the tickets. We went to Showcase Cinema. Yeah, we put in, we haven't purchased them yet, but we put, what they're doing is like they've got this thing that they set up, and it was up the other day, and it was where you can register interest as to you wanting to go and watch the film, and as soon as the tickets are released, they'll send me an email, then I can purchase my tickets and I can go and watch it. And I'm so invested for going to see 28 Days Later. Like I said, what I want to see is a fully fledged, built Nunu from the Teletubbies as a battle vacuum cleaner fighting the zombie horde, along with Dipsy Whipsy, Tinky Winky, Lala and Po as hardened battled veterans. And I mean, if anybody can do that in AI and have the cast of Teletubbies as zombie fighting warriors, and I know people will pay good money to see that. Oh right, sorry, I should have read the thing underneath. I did that on AI yesterday, and I need to go back at 12 today to talk to my chat GPT and put in the bits and pieces, and I'll show you how I did it, right? I will show you how I put that together to make it, and then you can make one as well, because they're just so flipping cool. Are they not the coolest thing in the world? If you had your pocket money as a kid and you saw that as a toy, you'd want it, right? You'd want to buy it. I know I'd want to buy it. Oh, I reckon Teletubbies versus zombies. I mean, man, take my money. I am down for that. I'm definitely down for that. So anyway, getting back to Assault on Precinct 13, I need to know, why was he called Napoleon? Come on, you can't leave me hanging. Is there somebody at my front door? Oh, probably. Sorry about that. Sometimes customers come to me and they need my assistance, so that's where I went just then. So anyway, yeah, back to Precinct 13. Can somebody please tell me why he was called Napoleon before I die? You know, I've got less in front of me than I have behind me, and I need to know. Right, there we are. Biggest grievance of the day out of the system. Why was he called Napoleon? Now, it's one of those really gritty cop movies that doesn't get enough of a shout out. And if you have not got anything to watch tonight and you desperately want to see the film, watch it. The music score alone is worth watching the film. And George Cyphers is in it, and he's a classic mainstay for most of John Carpenter's films. He was in The Fog. He played the sheriff in Halloween. In fact, I'm going to look up George Cyphers because he did a lot of films. John He did Halloween, Halloween 2, The Fog, Assault on Precinct 13. He was in Major League. I did not know that. Wow. Dead Calling. Escape from New York. Halloween Kills. Grizzly 2, The Revenge. Didn't know we were in that either. Oh, he's done quite a bit then, hasn't he? Flipping heck. Anyway, so he's a bit of a mainstay, was George Cyphers, in a lot of John Carpenter's movies. So, you know, there you go. The more you know. And he had a thing. And he knew. And what I'm saying is, he knew why Napoleon was called Napoleon. And he was about to tell us all why Napoleon was called Napoleon. And somebody shot him. How inconvenient. So we will now never know. Unless John Carpenter decides to tell us. And he might do. Or he could just leave us all guessing. Apparently he was in a movie called Big Bad Mama 2 with Angie Dickinson. Never heard of that movie either. Is that like a proper 1970s, you know, one of those that could almost be a type movie? You know, wink wink. You know the kind. Or is it like a genuine light horror, or was it a comedy? And like my brain is in the gutter, and no, it shouldn't be. Well, we're having a very good morning so far, aren't we, my dears? So yeah. Anyone has the answer. I don't care where you get it from. I don't care who you have to pay. Find it for me. I need to know. It's one of those questions that keeps me awake at night. So yeah, again, it doesn't get as much love as it should do, but it is a phenomenally good film. Do yourself a favour. If you've not got anything planned for tonight, think about watching Assault on Precinct 13. Yeah, they smell okay. Sometimes I get a bit worried that I've got something in the room that smells a bit strange. I don't normally go around sniffing shirts, but there you go. Ah, so I was right. I was giving a wink wink to what I thought it might be. What's an STL? STL. What is it? It is a file format commonly used for 3D printing and computer-aided design, CAD. The name STL is an acronym that stands for stereolithography, a popular 3D printing. Oh my goodness me! What you're basically telling me is right, yeah. Oh, Hassan, I don't know what you did, but thank you very much. Another space note. Good morning, my darling. How are you today? I did not realise that I could print off the toy. I just thought it was one of those things that you could just make and that's that, you know, as in it's on AI and it's going to stay on the computer and it doesn't get to do anything else other than sit on a computer and pretend to be real. And now you're actually telling me I can print me a dolly? Oh, happy days. I can have a dolly. It'd be like that scene from Spaceballs. No, sir. No, I did not see you playing with your dollies. Oh man, am I invested in the thought of my very own dolly. Hold my coffee. Yes, I did. 2027. I was so excited that I sent my father a clip. I was like, what? Spaceballs 2? Wow. Sorry about that, everyone. As usual, something's bouncing around on the internet. Yes, space. There we are. Come on. Spaceball 2 is coming in 2027. I know, right? Is that just not the most epic thing that has hit the news so far this year, other than everything else that's hit the news so far this year? But that is very epic because we have waited 35 years to find out what happened to Lone Star, Lord Dark Helmet, and Dot Matrix. Obviously, John Candy is no longer with us and can no longer play the role of Barth, which is very, very sad. But hey, come on. Maybe we can pay homage to Barth. I'm half man, half dog. I'm my own best friend. I'm a Mog. You can't tell that I haven't seen it a few million times. John Candy was a legend. I agree, Johnny. I agree, definitely. And it's a sad, sad world when he's no longer in it. Do you remember the film Stripes, where the American Army Bill Murray and John Candy were in that, and Harold Ramis, I think, was in it too. And I'm trying to remember the name of the girl that was in it. She played the role of Linda in Halloween. Oh, and she was also in Carrie. Flip. No, I can't remember her name. Oh, that's one thing. The curse of getting old, apart from the fact that we lived through the best time, the 1980s, and we saw the really great films, is that the flip side of it is when you get old, your mind sometimes struggles to remember the name of the girls that were in these movies. And I want to call her CJ. Oh. CJ Halloween. Okay. PJ. It's not CJ. It's PJ. PJ Souls. Sorry. Yes. Yes, it is British accent. Stripe, PJ Souls. Was she in Stripes? I'm sure she was. That's what I was trying to remember. Oh, lordy lord, that was a good film. We are doing linen shirts today. Linen shirts that have been washed and thrashed to within an inch of their lives. Why would anyone be so cruel to a linen shirt? But here we are, living the dream. Anyway, we all know the story of Stripes. They have to watch over a state-of-the-art weapon that is cunningly disguised as an American Winnebago, a camper van, if you will. And they go to Germany to showcase this brand new piece of weaponry, wonderful equipment at a local weapons show. And it's the hilarity that ensues. Bill Murray is just hysterical. And that skit that they did when they were all practicing the night before and getting everything on pat so they could, graduate the next day. And they turn up and they're not in uniform and they look as scruffy as hell. And everyone's dog tired, and yet they all manage to do the drill with the guns, and they're doing it to the most whacked out drill sergeant poem I've ever heard in my life, and it's just cinematography genius. And if you don't crack up and laugh at that, then you're not enjoying the film. Be back in a minute. Betty, you run out of water. There we go, girl. Right, everyone, I'm back. My favourite John Candy movie is Planes, Trains and... Oh, yeah, it is sad. Now, that is an actual study on humanity, is the movie Planes, Trains and Automobiles, and it's much underrated, and it should be studied more in film. You know, when people, you know, studying film and photography and stuff like that, it just, yes. It was, wasn't it? Eddie Murphy, yeah, absolutely. Have you ever seen Eddie Murphy do Raw? Eddie Murphy Raw. Again, something else I shouldn't have been watching when I was younger, but, you know. The video was there, damn it. I'm not going to pass up watching Eddie Murphy. I had a very enlightened childhood. Look at that. I am supposed to make that look perfect. Yeah, no, I'll give it my best shot. You know what I think happens? When it comes to wash day, they get the shirts, and they scrunch them into a ball. They then attach a elastic band and squish everything in so it makes a tight ball. Then they put it in the washing machine on 90-degree wash and wash it like that. And then when it comes out, it's still nicely wrapped up. So they decide to stick it in the dryer and bake it on a bazillion degrees, or what, a nuclear bomb dried it, whichever comes first. And then they give it to me and say, iron that. I am not a miracle worker. There we go. I think it looks a bit better. Oh, he did. I was so well educated by the time I went to high school. Definitely. Most definitely. The 1980s, I've got to say, what a time to be alive. Oh yeah. I am definitely a product of that time. Yes, I am. Okay, I'm gonna now pop into the computer. Greatest horror movies of 1976. Ooh. There's quite a few. Alice, Sweet Alice. Brooke Shields. Oh, now there's an obscure 1976 horror for you. Alice, Sweet Alice. Oh my goodness me, that is so flipping mental. That is psychological horror on steroids. I mean, you know, how they expected us kids that were born in the 80s to grow up normal, giving us films like that. We loved it. Don't deny it. Put a big smile on your face and say, the movies from the 1970s and the 1980s were pure gold. And I am looking at films that came out in 1976. Oh, dear. I'm going to show you. You saw what they look like, these shirts. I'm going to show you what this looks like when I've done it. I think you'll agree with me. I have performed a miracle. Oh, praise the fairy, because she did it. I feel like Dora. She did it, she did it, she did it, yeah! That, way better than what that piece of that got sent to me. Let's see. I can iron. The best bit, I think, about our childhood in the 1980s is that our parents were so busy either arguing among themselves or concentrating on their careers that they did not have time nor the inclination to either want to raise us or even want to interact with us. Which meant the VCR became, yeah, I know, that's what I've been given. I'm going to turn it into what you're just saying, and don't ask me how. I'm going to hammer it, I'm going to burn it when it comes to the apocalypse, my darlings. I am burning the basket of laundry and shooting the washing machine. She did, and she wore that really weird looking mask, and you know, and she skipped. What killer wears a psychotic looking mask, wears a yellow raincoat, and goes, oh, I'm going to skip to the loo, my darling, to my next victim. Who does that? Alice did. You know, I've never seen a killer skip. You will if you watch Alice, Sweet Alice. Oh my Gideontus. Burnt offerings, what can I say? The book and the film are completely different, share the same title, but the endings are completely different. Now, which do I prefer? They're both very good on their own merits, but the book, I've got to say, is more of a psychological ending and a terrifying psychological ending. Yeah, if you want flipping if you want something to live in your head rent free for the rest of your days. Burnt Offerings is going to do it. It's, oh my God. Bette Midler. Not Bette Midler, Bette Davis. I'm sure it's Betty Davis. Hang on. Burnt Offerings. (1976), another great film came out. Betty Davis, that's it. Betty Davis was in it. Oh my God, what happens to that old woman is the stuff of nightmares. It's pure rocket fuel. Absolutely, utterly terrifying. And I was like, oh, when I got to that bit in the film. Again, a slow burn, psychological horror, and it sneaks up on you because you don't notice. It's so subtle, you don't notice it at first, and it's not until it's like absolutely going wah, right in your face do you realize just what's going on. Oliver Reed, he's just freaking genius. Honestly, I just wish he could have stayed sober a little bit more because he had such good talent. Absolutely amazing talent, that man. And the film, it's savage. It's absolutely brutal. What happens to that family is the stuff of nightmares. You know, you wouldn't need counselling when you'd finished living in this family. You'd want to go out Witness Protection Act and disappear under a completely new name in a part of the world where you hoped nothing would ever find you again. That's how disturbing it was. Karen Black. Oh, the dedicated mother, Karen Black. Nothing's too good for my babies. Oh, yes, Mommy. Oh my goodness me. She wouldn't win Parent of the Year award, that's for sure. Oh God. I'm just reliving the film in my head and the ending of the book, and it is, to be honest, if you can get a copy of the book Burnt Offerings for a reasonable price, you're doing very well. It is a very spendy. A lot of the books, and I'm not joking, I don't know if it's because of Grady Hendrix doing the Paperbacks from Hell or what, but since that was released, books which cost 85 pence in the day are now going in the region of, if you can get it for 25 quid, you're doing well, kids. You're doing really well. But the cost of books at the moment, 25, grab their arm off, take it, because you're not going to get it any cheaper than that, but you're looking in the region of 50 to 100, and in certain circumstances, people are asking way over £100 just for a paperback book that when it was sold originally was only worth 85p. And I'm not joking, that is a good return on your money, kids. Why are these books doing so well? I'll say it over and over again until I'm no longer on the planet. The reason why they do well is they have a good plot, they're shocky horror, they're written in a time that we can all jump into and go back to and have a great time and relive a little bit of our past. And the artwork, the book cover artwork was what, when you're not going to deny this, right? When you look book cover from the 1970s, 1980s, it was usually a work of art. Somebody had taken the time to paint something truly magnificent and usually very gory, and use that as the front cover artwork to sell the book. And when you saw that, what grabbed you first? Was it the title? Was it the blurb? Or was it the artwork? And be honest with yourself, right? It was the artwork, wasn't it? If you saw James Herbert's book and didn't notice his name and didn't notice the title that said the rats, but just saw a giant killer rat, right? You'd pick it up, wouldn't you? You would, don't deny it, you would. And you'd be like, oh, that's coming on with me. And that is how the majority of the books in the 1970s and 1980s were sold. It was what attracted your eye first. And it had to be a cracking piece of artwork that was on the front cover of the book. Once that had grabbed your attention and you picked it up and you looked at the title, then you read the blurb. And the blurb was the third thing that you saw on a book, right? It's the type, it was the book cover itself, it was the artwork. If that looked gory and glorious and was like all your hopes and dreams, you would like, that book's coming on with me. And dare I say, we've got some fabulous writers that are coming up now in this day and age, and do you know what is killing their sales? It's the fact that they don't have a catchy enough looking cover on their book, right? I'm going to give you a classic example. At the moment, I cannot stop raving on about a writer, a British writer called Barnaby Walters, right? I love the guy. I think the guy is, oh my goodness me, it's like Stephen King and James Herbert got together, right, and had a love child, and his name was Barnaby Walters, with a bit of Quentin Tarantino thrown in. And when I first clapped eyes on Barnaby Walters' book, what got me okay, there we are. It catches the eye, man. It does, Cujo. I had that copy when I moved house. I'm still salty about this, but I had a box full. I had first editions of James Herbert's, most of them signed, and they went missing. And I had a load of Stephen King, and I had a load of Graham Masterton, and everything just disappeared. Somebody knew what was in my removal boxes, and sadly had a really good Lifetime's collection of my horror books, and they've got them. I know they have. Swines, that's all I can say. I hope they have festering piles for nicking my books. That's just my opinion. Others may have opinions too. There we go. Got my hip bone, it's hurting today. There we are. Oh, I get cross because I'm sat right on top of the router, and it's not me. It's not me that's doing this messing around. don't know. So yeah, you want to sell books, you want to sell a lot of books, take it from someone who buys books and has a very vested interest in you selling books and creating wealth for yourself, right? You've got a great story with the best will in the world. You ain't ever gonna sell your book, my darlings, unless your artwork is really out of this world, right? Take the time to find yourself an artist that gets you, that can create the exact universe that you're portraying in your story. The content of the book has to be as exquisite as the artwork that's on the front of the book. Otherwise, nobody's going to pick it up. I promise you that. When you think about it like this, when you're going for a meal, right? If the meal looks, and I mean, we eat with our eyes first, do we not? If the meal looks manky, you ain't gonna touch it, right? You aren't just gonna say, I ain't eating that, right? It might be the tastiest, most gloriously gorgeous thing in the universe, but if it looks like a pile of, you ain't gonna tuck in, are you? You're not gonna say, oh my goodness me, I have waited my whole life, I'm gonna sit down and chow on down. No, you ain't. And do not kid yourself. And writers, the same applies to you. It could be the tastiest book in the universe, but nobody's going to give it a second look if the artwork doesn't say, pick me up, darling, you know you want it, right? If your book cover is not screaming, take me home, right, then you ain't gonna sell it. Okay? So, as well as writing your masterpiece, think about what you want on your front cover. Okay? You have to make it visually appealing if you're going to sell it by the millions. Just take it from someone who knows. Why do I buy 1970s, 1980s books? Apart from the fact that I absolutely adore them, it's the artwork. I love to look at the artwork on the book covers. It brings me intense joy. And if we're all honest, that's one of the reasons why we buy the books that we do, and why we read the books that we do, and why we watched the movies that we did back in the day, right? A good cover does a multitude of things. It captures the eye, it makes you pick it up, it says bring me home, and we invariably did. Am I still visible? Just send me a signal if you can still see me. Because if you can't, then I'll stop the stream and I'll restart. If I'm not getting a signal from you in the next 5 minutes, I'll know that you can't hear or see me, and I'll restart the stream. Ooh, my leg. Oh, yeah, you can still see me. Okay. What are we going to watch? Ooh. Yes, you are a workaholic, my darling. I'm going to talk to you about a film called Dogs that starred David McCallum, Sandra McCabe, and George Wyner. Yeah, by Bert Brickenhoff. This book is it is a book. It's also a film, and it's absolutely bonkers. It is about a pack of killer dogs, not to be mistaken with the film and the book The Pack, which also came out round about then. And it starts off with local dogs disappearing, like just going woof and off the trot. And nobody thinks anything of it because they're all thinking, oh, well, we'll try the pound in the morning, we'll see if the dog's turned up. But there's just not just one dog then starts disappearing, but lots of dogs start disappearing. And it's like, where the heck are they going? And they all seem to be not very well, as in like, do they have rabies or something? Well, there's something clearly not right with these dogs. And there's a dog show. Just the thought of a dog show, when there's something not quite right with the dogs, is just genius. Writing level genius here. And all the kids are like, but Mommy, what's wrong with the doggies? Don't touch the doggies, darlings. Don't touch them. You're going to get bitten. You're going to get bitten. David McCallum turns up. I am the man of the hour. David McCallum turns up. I know what's going on. There's something not quite. No. Really, David, I'll go to the foot of our stairs. You're absolutely positively sure there's something wrong with these dogs. Yes, and I can prove it. Okay. Everybody stands round. Go on then. What's wrong with these dogs like? They're infected. Hey, David, I mean, I'm not a veterinarian and I don't have a degree in science, but I could have told you that. Anyway, there's a bunch of college students. All praise to the dumbest college students you've ever met in your short life. But, you know, they've decided that this is where they're all going to congregate, and they're going to get the slowest of all the students and make him run across a cafeteria with the with the teacher, and hopefully not get eaten alive by these dogs. Do yourselves a favour, everybody. It came out in 1976. It stars David McCallum. It's cheap, it's cheesy, it's every horror trope that you could possibly imagine. It's like Jaws, but set with dogs. And it's cheap, cheerful, schlocky horror. David McCallum is trying to be the man of the hour, dressed in double denim, trying to look like Mr. Cool, but looks a bit more like Disco Stew from The Simpsons. It's supposed to be a horror, but it's too funny to be a horror. And these rabid dogs that are all oh my goodness me. These rabid dogs that are supposed to be super scary, and really what it is the special effects were so on point on this. I would have said to these people making the film, here, take my money, don't pay me. I want to be in your movie. Can I please dress up as a rabid dog, right? And pretend to attack all the students and David McCallum while he's wearing double denim. And really what it was is a bunch of sound effects of dogs going woof woof, rrr, rrr, and I would say student actors that were training for something else that got duped into wanting to be in a horror movie and probably weren't paid for doing this, but had like dressed up in what I can only describe as really dodgy looking furry costumes, and the bits that obviously weren't on the screen, they did have genuine dogs running through, right? I will make that as a caveat. They did have genuine dogs going through, but the bigger dogs, I think what they did is they gave the art students glove puppets like claws, paws, and they just said, right, go over there, shake the set, wave your arms around, we'll put in the sound effects of like psychotic rabid dogs, and then the other students will look as though you're being eaten alive and start screaming and throwing the ketchup round like you mean it. And that, my darlings, describes the film Dogs. It is cheap ass horror movie, golden raspberry nugget joy. And even if you just want to laugh at David McCallum wearing double denim throughout the majority of the film, it's worth it. It's 1976. It's shocky, schlocky, ridiculously stupid animal attack film. It's like Jaws with paws. So if you really want not so much a psychological horror tonight, but you just need something that's going to make you laugh out loud and cringe at the really bad acting, give it a go. Do so. Give it a go. It's so worth it. Well, I think these shirts are doing rather well. I'm hoping we might be up to the trousers by now. Okay, pair of trousers. T-shirt. That's pretty. T-shirt. T-shirt, 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 t-shirt. Good. Okay. Oh. One. Right. Trousers. I have just got a message from a client. I'll be back soon. Sorry everyone, I really desperately needed to talk to a client then. Done. Busy bumblebees. That's what I am at the moment. Phenomenally busy. I mustn't complain, it pays the mortgage. Okay, what else can I pick for you from? Ouch. Ooh, now this is one that doesn't get a lot of love. It's called Embryo, and it's by Ralph Nelson, starring Rock Hudson, Barbara Carrera, and Diane Ladd. It doesn't get a lot of coverage. I don't think anybody really knows that it's there, which is a shame because it's a very good psychological horror, and it's called Embryo for a reason. There's a lady who finds out that she's pregnant and she does not want to have the baby. And being the 70s, there was an awful lot of people who, shall we say, picketed the abortion clinics. I mean, they do now, but it was a real big thing back then in the 70s. Anyway, the lady in question says, I don't want it, and gets rid. And there's a scientist who, for very nefarious reasons, takes it, the unborn child, and puts it into an incubator, a special incubator, and accelerates the growth on it. And what should have been a 20-year growth of a normal human being, because of what this scientist had done to the fetus as it was growing, gave it accelerated growth so that it would survive not being in the womb, and treat the incubator as its de facto womb. And after the child was born, within a matter of weeks, it was almost a fully fledged grown adult. Think species, but without the alien bit in there. Okay? And of course, not only is this embryo that's been rescued and given superhuman powers grown to a fully fledged adult within a matter of weeks, it's also super intelligent and can learn at a rate of knots. And it also means that this accelerated growth of this child also turns it into a very beguiling and beautiful fully grown female. And of course the doctor can't resist and falls deeply in love with what he has created, and they end up, you know, having a very intense cuddle, which results in this embryotic creature that the scientist has created becoming pregnant. And that's where the actual horror takes place. And I'm not going to spoil it for you, but it's what happens. I mean, you know, Jesus, all I can say is this: you ain't ever going to want to get pregnant, girls. Not if it turns out like that. It's a good metaphor for abstinence makes the heart grow fonder, and perhaps having children maybe isn't such a good idea. Oh my goodness, what that film can do for family planning clinics is just, yes, it's out there. I've said it. It's a different kind of film. I think at one point somebody had put it up on YouTube somewhere in YouTube land, and all I'm saying is, if you find it, and it's called Embryo, and it stars Burt Lancaster, sorry, it stars Rock Hudson, Burt Lancaster, they look the same, don't they? It stars Rock Hudson, and all I'm saying is, if you want something that's going to scare the pants off you, and probably keep the pants on you, then watch it. As I say, it'll certainly make you question whether you ever want to ever have children. It is absolutely, utterly terrifying. The body horror is on point. The special effects were amazing, considering the budget that they had to work with. It really messes with your head. It really messes with it. That is a very intense horror, and it's not well known. It's not talked about enough. Came out in '76. Such a good year for horror. Such a good year. But psychologically speaking and body horror speaking, it's good. It's a really good film, and it's not enough people talk about it. It's a good few years since I've seen it, but I loved it. You see, it ticked a lot of boxes, and it was good because it was a psychological horror, an intelligent horror. It was a very science-based film, but like the scary science, yeah, definitely. That would come with a 10 out of 10 fairy rating. In fact, I think it might have been a book first. Well, we'll have a look.
see if it comes there. Oh, it seems the book. It was a book. Ooh, that is gonna go on my list of I wanted. Yes, I do. It's by Louis Charbonneau. And it came out in 1976 as well as the film. Interesting. Well, they don't seem to want too much for it either. Oh, I think I know what's going to be on the summer reading list. Right. Absolutely. I am going to... yes. That has just made me incredibly happy. I never knew it was a book. I thought it was just a film. Oh, well, that's it. My interest has not just been piqued, it will be purchased. Why not? You know, life's too short to not indulge. And I like horror. Why do people put scrappy bits of paper out? Oh, I want it. I know. You know that when you see something, it's like, oh, take my money. Well, that just happened. And it's just such a good and interesting horror flick, is Embryo. And it's absolutely brutal, but in an intelligent horror kind of way. Yes, most definitely. Now look at these t-shirts. When the apocalypse happens, I will be smiting everyone that sent me horrible stuff to iron. I'm a good person. I don't deserve this level of punishment. Busy day today. Been a busy week though. Ooh. Sorry, every time I go to one of your links, for some reason, Space Nut, it thinks I want to end the stream, and it's so heck. No, I don't want to end my stream. Anyway, how to rebuild civilization looks pretty damn good. Okay, thank you.
It does, it looks really interesting. Now, what else have we got on here? Food of the Gods. Well, we all know who wrote Food of the Gods, H.G. Wells. And it was turned, you know, if I've said that with utter conviction. Hey, penicillin. Don't knock it until you tried it. H.G. Wells. See, I just went and stood there. H.G. Wells wrote Food of the Gods. Olga, how you doing, love? And in 1976, they turned Food of the Gods into a giant animal attack. Ratty-Roo is gonna eat you. Oh my goodness me, that film. Oh, Lordy Lord. 1976. Food of the Gods. If you have not seen it, do yourself a favour. It's just amazing. Marjorie Gartner, Ida Lupino, Pamela Franklin, Bert I. Gordon, all those amazing actors and actresses. Ida Lupino, as Mrs. Skinner. I ain't seen nothing strange in the farm. As a giant chicken walks past. We have giant chickens all the time. Come on, come off it, love. You know as well as we do, and as well as everybody else that's running around on that farm, screaming and tearing their hair out like their ass is on fire. Something ain't right. I mean, if old MacDonald had that farm, he'd be going, e-by heck. And on that farm, he had some ginormous rats. And they all decided one day that it'd be a really good idea to start attacking the house, the farmhouse. And everybody inside was going, oh no, not having a very good day. I mean, the special effects on that film were phenomenal. Tiny little model cars with pretending to be giant rats crawling all over it. And obviously it was a tiny little model car with a normal sized rat crawling over it. And then you cut away to the actors pretending to be attacked in the car by a giant rat. I mean, you know, what's not to like about that? It's literally a case of absolutely take my money. I would have wanted to be on the special effects team, shaking the cars and pretending to be a giant rat or a giant chicken. You see, something is very wrong on the farm, and it's in the animal feed. And it's not just in the animal feed, it's in the water. And everybody that's there on the farm is on drinking the water and eating the food. And well, you know, when it's in the food chain and it's affecting the animals like that, you know where it's going. And the ending of that film, when the penny drops and you realise just how bad things really are, and it goes and pans in on the cows that are in the field that are having a drink in the mountain water,
And you're all like, oh my God. Oh no, that's it. Humanity's doomed. We're doomed. We're doomed. Yeah. That is a brilliant animal attack. Yes. We did so well in the 1970s when it came to animal attacks, slasher, horror, rats, giant chickens, giant cows, giant anything that lived on the farm. Yes, you're gonna love it. Rotten Tomatoes have given it an 18% splat, which I think is a bit mean. I think it deserves 50. It's ridiculous B movie with, as I say, it's H.G. Wells' story, and it's just brought to life, and the animal attacks and the giant rats, just, yeah. It's cheesy, good science fiction, ridiculous horror. And it's called Food of the Gods, and it came out in 1976, and it's just a lot of fun. It really is. You'll love it. I know you will. If you're like me, and you must be, because you're here and you're watching and you're in, we seem to have a similar style of tastes, if you like, if you will. You know, if I enjoy it, I'm pretty sure you're going to enjoy it too. So, you know, talking about all these films, it makes me want to watch them all now. So I know what I'll be doing tonight. I'll be watching at least one of the films that I've been talking about today. Is that my darling? Oh, you're doing garden work. Oh, what you growing? Are you doing vegetables, or are you doing flowers? Oh God, speaking of flowers in the attic, I know I think that was a 1980s film, but the books by V.C. Andrew, oh my goodness me, the mother in that film. I have experienced horrors like that. You know, I will say this. Some people were born to be parents and some were not. Yeah. And I'm speaking from my experience there. Oh, okie dokie. Probably the best. If land is over-tilled and over-planted and over years, it doesn't do it any good, and then it kills the soil, doesn't it? I think that's probably where we're at in our country. We've farmed it and filled it full of pesticides and everything else to the point that nothing wants to grow. I bet no wonder they want us to put Monsanto in the ground. It's the only thing that can cope with the poisoned earth. Again, I'm talking about Food of the Gods. What if, just hear me out here, right? What if what the Monsanto are expecting us to grow as super crops, highly resistant to all types of fungi and pesticides, and then we're supposed to eat it? I'm sorry, if the bugs won't eat it and fungus doesn't want to grow on it, I'm not entirely sure I'm going to want to consume it. There's a reason why pests and animals want to eat the crops that we're growing from heirloom seeds. It's because there's nothing wrong with it. But genetically modified seed, and the animals won't touch it, and you can only grow it in the ground in that area once before you have to intensify the chemicals that you're putting into the ground so that the second crop that you're going to get out of the ground will be as good as the first. And then we're supposed to consume this product. I can see why people want to go organic. Yeah. Being a parent is a gift, so many ways. They do indeed. Yeah. I think Monsanto kind of fills me with an I cannot say that word today. No, it's not happening. Existential dread. Said it. And you know, since we're talking about food of the gods, yeah, and all the giant animals were running around Old MacDonald's farm, and he was going e by egg. I'll stand at the foot of our stairs. That fish does not look right. Exactly. No, they can't. I think it's a great big club, and we ain't in it, George Carlin. The animals don't get a say on what goes in their food. The poor little darlings just eat it, right? And we're the ones that are feeding it to them. Oh my goodness. What, you know they say, the very famous saying, you are what you eat. Well, if we're giving them these things and turning them into monsters, then potentially that makes us monsters, right? And that's what the Food of the Gods, the film, is all about. It's what gets into the food chain, what happens to the animals, they go nuts, they decide to come back down to the farm and eat everybody that's on the farm. Whether they wanted to be eaten or not, they're going to get eaten. And then the end of the film, everything drops into place. It all makes sense. And if that doesn't fill you with absolute dread, I don't know what will. And says me, who's a dyed-in-the-wool meat eater,
I suppose I'm going to get whatever I deserve. To be fair, I don't have that much meat in my diet these days. Most of it's, I like to think it was mostly going towards the vegetarian side. Oh, dearie me. This is an old t-shirt. It's all bent out of shape. There we go. Nope, we'll do it that way instead. Right, 3 more t-shirts and then this one's done. Hooray. Need a big one, this one. What was that? Another space? No, sorry. Yeah, exactly. All hail the herbivore diet. You know, I reckon going forward into the future, with what we've done to the planet Earth, and we've done some horrific stuff, you know, Bikini Island, making sure we knew what atom bombs looked like after we dropped them on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So we've thrown that crud into the atmosphere. And then the salt flats of Utah, I think that's where they did the testing in America. The Hills Have Eyes, Wes Craven's film, alluded to it. And I can honestly say, I can see us in a few years with what's being pumped into the water table, what's being pumped into the food. If we get a major disease X come, it'll be from that. It'll be something that's got into the food chain that's, I don't know, may have laid dormant for the last 40, 50 years, right? It could have arrived in the 70s at this rate, and 50 years is coming up, and there we are, we're sitting ducks. You know, we don't have to wait for an asteroid to hit us, we can do it to ourselves. We've dropped that many bombs on the planet, irradiated so many areas. We pumped raw sewage into our water systems. We feed our animals the most questionable food and then tell ourselves it's okay because it's fresh. Who are we kidding? Who are we kidding? We're lying to ourselves that we're ethically feeding and growing clean, sustainable, fresh food. You know, our children are getting sicker and sicker. The amount of kids that have got something wrong with them now compared to what it was like when I was a youngster is going off the scale. You know, the vaccines that are being shoved in everything. I've heard of
I know. I know. It just makes you wonder. You know, I can see us. We're sleepwalking as humanity into a really frightening and terrifying future. It reminds me of a book called The Farm. Ooh, let me tell you about a book called The Farm. I think it was 1970. It's a novel. It'll come up. No. If I can find it. Oh, it was called, okay. We'll do the other one. See if I can find that. Okay, I can't seem to find it. Right, 1960. Okay, see if we can try and find The Farm again. It's a horror. See if that helps me. Maybe it was the 1970s. Hang on, I will look it up. I can just tell you it had pigs in it. Right. Yeah, found it, but I got the wrong era. It was 1980. Oh, wow. You want a horror. You want the ultimate horror. You're going to love this one. It's The Farm by Panther Books. Highly, highly collectible. And very, very rare. Now, on this farm, old MacDonald had some pigs, and they were not very nice. Man, it's like Quentin Tarantino made 3 little pigs, and the wolf went into hiding, went into the witness protection box and just said, me, Mr. Wolf, after the 3 little pigs? I'm not a wolf. And these pigs are terrifying. Oh my God. Ooh, a giant. This is what happens when you mess around with nature. Yeah, I have one. I knew of the book, The Farm. It's on my I want this book list. And because it's super hard to get hold of, and it's when you do, it's incredibly expensive. And oh, forget it, trying to get a copy of The City, which is its sequel, there are not many around. Let's just say, the minute I find it, and it's at a price that I can afford, i.e. not a mortgage, I'll be purchasing. This book gets me excited, right, about horror. I'll read you the premise and tell me you won't want to read it. Oh. You'll be going, yeah, baby, take my money. Right, let's just get rid of that. A gut-crunching, bone-grinding horror is the only crop. The pigs! Look, they're coming out, she shrieked. Oh, sweet Christ, the pigs. Not to mention they're on drugs and collaborating with the geese and the collies and the sheep. Even the cows. Oh yeah. You know you want to read it, right? The blurb on the front of the book, where gut-crunching, bone-grinding horror is the only crop. Followed by The City by Richard Haig. That's who wrote it. Richard Haig wrote the book. Ooh. Oh wow, it comes with much high praise. Vault of Evil. The city is elsewhere. Hang on, I can't read that. All the livestock on a British farm goes insanely people hungry when strange chemicals end up in the water. Old-fashioned 1980s horror fun. The sex is ridiculous to the point of disgusting. Incest, seriously? So the trick is to skip quite a bit of the book, apparently, as it enters into the story. Outside of that, you have several people getting killed horrifically by everything from dogs to cows to, of course, the pigs. So if you fancy something that is going to give you the EBGBs, try and get yourself a copy of The Farm. And if you're incredibly lucky, get yourself a copy of The City. Now, The Farm concentrates on everything that can possibly go wrong on a farm on an epic level. And I want to read that book so much. And I will do. I certainly will be doing. As soon as I can find me a copy that, as I say, won't cost me an absolute mortgage. Because that's what you're talking, to own something like that. I mean, the poem, this little piggy went to market. This little piggy stayed at home. This little piggy had roast beef.
And this little piggy had none. And this little piggy went, wee, wee, wee. I'll grind all your bones myself. Yeah. Does that not fill your heart with resplendent joy? The thought of the little piggies going mad. The little piggies met Quentin Tarantino and said, "We are going to be on the farm. Let's go down to the farm today. What do you think we'll find?" And the city is a follow-on to the farm where, how can I put it gracefully? There is an agricultural show set up in something that looked like the NEC in Birmingham, where suddenly everybody realises that something isn't quite right. Yeah, I wonder what could have set that off. I wonder what made them think that. Anyway, these little piggies go on a rampage and start attacking and eating everything that they shouldn't be. And pulp horror at its finest, 1980s. Say no more. The front cover of the book is enough to say, "Take me home."
Right, we're just going to shut down the internet for now.
I've turned that off. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
Just got to do a little bit of concentration right now. 18. This is one. 4 on that day. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Damn, I need my pen. Oops. You know, if you want to print something in this house, it does help if you put the printer on. Just saying. Thank you very much. I do try. Oh, wrong one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Such big shirts, unfortunately, can't get shoved too many in a bag, otherwise it'll look as though I've not ironed it. Not that they will have noticed, but such is life, eh? My favourite saying that, such is life. Now, since you're on Space Nut and I've stopped what I'm doing for a little bit, which is talking about horror, I'm going to tell you about an actual horror, and a very important horror, and it's something that's okay. Somebody's trying to send emails. Oh, you know that flipping Microsoft Office at the moment is doing my crust. Anyway, I'm going to tell you about a real horror. A really nasty horror that's happening right now. This morning, I keep getting unsolicited messages from someone who thinks that I desperately need them in my life, you know, as in it's a male, it's unwanted attention, I didn't ask for it, and it's really upsetting me. And every morning he keeps sending me unwanted messages, and every morning I delete them, and it's gotten so bad that 2 posts that I put up of where I'm modelling a swimsuit for the summer holidays, I've taken them down, I've removed them, and I'm hoping that that's going to stop the unwanted attention. I've complained to YouTube about it. I've told them that this person's bothering me. I've tried blocking them and they still keep coming through. And it's getting to the point now where I'm getting a little bit racked off and a little bit upset. Borderline flipping stalker. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Yeah, they'll fit in one. I just need to go out and get really upset me, and I'm annoyed and I'm angry that I've had to remove things that I've put up which I thought were really nice as posts. You know, it was couple of YouTube shorts, and I'm upset because I've had to remove them, but the person that's done it will not leave me alone. Now, I have asked YouTube to do something about it, but they haven't. I know, and it has really, really upset me. 1, 2, 3, 4. June 2025. Well, they'll get on like a house on fire then, sweetheart. I'm absolutely sure. Snacks for later. Oh, flipping heck. Oh, if it don't rain, but it pours, eh? Good. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that happened. That's lovely to see. I need a snack before I do anything else. thank you very much. You know, you just do it as part of a hobby, right? Because you know, I appreciate you having a look at it. I do, but I don't want it to consume your every waking moment, my love. Well, Pat Frank, Alas Babylon, because it's an absolute literary classic. Everybody has probably done that in school in the States. That would be a given. Yeah, I definitely put Alas Babylon in there as a nuclear war story. Yes, that would be in top 5. The Rats by James Herbert, because it's the start of the apocalypse. If the rules were slightly bent, then it would be the trilogy that I'd stick in there as one book, because all 3 need to be together for you to understand the downfall of humanity and mankind at the hands of killer rats. If you were going to have a book about illnesses and pandemics, Boris Johnson's dad, Stanley Johnson, wrote a book called The Marburg Virus, or as it was relabeled, The Virus, and that came out in 2020, just in time for COVID, amazingly. But anyway, it's about the Marburg virus. It's brilliant. I know it was written by Boris Johnson's dad, Stanley, but look past that and you're getting a cracking novel all about the end of the world through the Marburg virus. you want about asteroids hitting planet Earth, Larry Niven and Jerry Pournelle, who wrote Lucifer's Hammer. I know it's slightly dated, but without that book, you would have never have had Deep Impact and Armageddon and a slew of other books all about asteroids hitting planet Earth. That will be my third choice. If you'd like a bit of religious horror going in there, then you can't go much more out of your way. And this is a difficult one because there's two that are really, really good books, and they're both from the 1970s. Now, it could be William Peter Blatty's. Well, actually, it wasn't him that wrote it, was it? Oh, was it? Oh, come on, sir. The Exorcist. William Friedkin's, that's who I wanted to put. William Friedkin, The Exorcist, or David Seltzer's The Omen, because they're both so good. And they're both religious horror. And then you've got another one called Rosemary's Baby by Ira Levin. I'd have to think about those three being quite religious. But you know, if you want in, I suppose if we're going to go end of the world, then it'd have to be David Seltzer's The Omen with our darling boy Damien. I have to give it some thought. Hey, Keanu! Oh, how lovely. I hope you're doing very well as well. Oh my dear me. Well, if you are the real Keanu Reeves, then be excellent to everyone. Okay? Oh, hello, you are new to the channel. I hope you're going to have a good time. Here we talk about nothing but horror and end of the world and everything that goes on in between. We look forward to the apocalypse with a smile on our face and a song in our heart. Who knew going to hell could be this much fun? And I'm eating lentil crisps at the moment. Bill and Ted, man. Be excellent. I also like Alex Garland's Oh, that one. Oh, ouch. Annihilation by Alex Garland. If you've not read that book and you want to do cosmic space horror meets the end of the world, enough said. Nothing, when you go into the shimmer, nothing will ever be the same again, and you will come out a different person. I can guarantee it. Oh, my leg. Saint Maud. Ooh. That has piqued my interest. Yes, I watched that. Now, I know where that was filmed because I've spent a lot of time there. Scarborough and Whitby. Devil's Peak. I don't know that one. I'll look that up. What's it called? Devil's Peak. Oh, hang on. Is the Devil's Peak one the one with Billy Bob Thornton, based on a film? A book by David Joy about drugs? And it seems unfair, but I think I'd have another David Seltzer book in my collection if I had to have something for the end of the world, and it will be called Prophecy, which is about a giant mutant bear that goes on a rampage because it's been poisoned by mercury, as is most of the animals and everything else in the main forest. And we talked about this one because it was in a film where somebody was dressed up as a killer bear and running around banging on the side of this bus, and everybody inside was supposed to be screaming like, "Ooh, I'm so afraid of a bear." So I probably have a couple of David Seltzer books in there, just because they're trashy and freaking awesome. Anyway, Keanu Reeves. I never thought I'd ever get somebody that famous. But hello, and thank you for blessing us with your presence, sir. I don't think it's a film you'd watch twice, but a good once over. Actually, I did watch it twice. I love the ending. That ending on the beach. Ooh, holy hell. That is, well, that will sort out the smokers from the, won't it? I didn't like Possum. I thought it was a bit odd. I mean, I like horror. Don't get me wrong, I love horror. But I thought that was a very, very, very strange film indeed. Moe. Hello, good. Well, yeah, if it's going to be the end of the world, right, and you've only got these books to, you know, basically keep you entertained forever, then I would say, like You Fitness, I think I'd want some tried and true ones that I go back to all the time. But you're definitely taking a risk if you've never read it before, because you might not like it. I suppose one that I've wanted to read for a long time is Hugh Howey's Wool. That looks pretty good. Oh, from Albert Camus, Este Peste, The Plague. Ah, I did not know you could speak French. Ooh. And it's for Moe. Ouch. Oh, right, very nice. Who wrote that then? Who wrote The Heart of Darkness? It sounds like a Wilbur Smith. About lions, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, Moe, please feel free to join. You are more than welcome, one and all, to join the fairy family. Give us a thumbs up if you want. Give us a follow if you want. We love horror. We love everything about horror. We love the end of the world. We love anything that's apocalyptic. Oh yeah, that's another really good one that could go on your list. Oh, have I reached 5 yet? Have I gone over my limit? Oh, you know me. I've got to pack. I'm like a squirrel packing heat. I've got to bring my books with me. And it will be Harlan Harrison's Make Room, otherwise known as Soylent Green. Soylent Green is people. Yes, Charlton. We know, love. There. It's people. Yes, Charlton. We know, love. You see, I told you, Charlton Heston. God bless him. Can I bring some films with me when it's the end of the world? I'm assuming that I've got something that I can watch the films on. Ah, sorry. Apocalypse Now, of course. Marlon Brando. No, I know the book you mean now. Apocalypse Now. Yeah. Sorry, it's in the form of a film, isn't it? Martin Sheen. It's so good. And you know what? Harrison Ford were in that film as well, and Robert Duvall. You know, it's almost like wall to wall actors were in that. Oh God. And that other guy, the one that was in Easy Rider. Oh. He was also in Apocalypse Now. And Blue Velvet, he was in that as well. And Speed. Damn, I've forgotten his name. It'll come to me. Flip in heck, it will come to me. Come on, brain. No, my brain says it doesn't want to remember right now. He's really creepy, really intense actor as well. Amazing actor. Really scary. Oh, it ain't Jack Nicholson. I'm not thinking of Jack Nicholson, even though he's flipping scary. Dennis Hopper. Yeah, Dennis Hopper's in that as well. Oh my God, he's intense. Yeah. Thank you, Dennis Hopper. You see, I didn't want to look at this, and I wanted to try and remember it myself. Kids, who would happen? Ten films, 10 books, so I have a chance to bring Discworld. Discworld, that's the one with oh, come on. Ancient Brain.
Kerry Pratchett. Guys, are you okay? Are you bringing down cushions? But please don't use my new one.
Organising kids is like organising an exorcism. Yeah.
Alzheimer's is a horrible disease. It's nasty, evil, relentless. It never lets up, and it doesn't just rob you of your mind. It leaves a shell of a human behind that people love, and unfortunately can't. The person that's there can't love you back because they can't remember who you are.
This is proving to be a rather difficult iron. Oh, sorry if I switch off for a minute. Just don't want to burn me or the outfit. Okay. I hate jumpsuits. They're not flattering at all. And why anybody would want to spend good money on them, I have no idea. But they're just horrid. Horrible. I'm out of water. Back in a moment. It's not my favorite design. There we go. It will do. It's not brilliant, but it's not the worst. Not the worst I've ever seen. Gosh, that was a difficult iron. Oh, what a nightmare. Right, sorry, back. I did not know that. Flipping heck. What is this monstrosity? Why do I get sent this stuff? What did I ever do that was so bad in my life that I had to be punished like this? Goodness gracious me. And it smells so bad. This is depressing me. This is depressing my nose. Good grief. The stench alone, wow. This is a level of cruelty too far. This is mean. This is cruel and mean and horrid, and I hate my life right now. I hate it. Oh. It's a good job you don't have smell-o-vision, because lads, you'd have fainted. This is a cruel and unnecessary punishment to the people who have no sense of smell. Oh, Lord. And it's a whistles as well. It's a really nice makeup dress, and it is being... Ooh. No right guard in this house. No deodorant at all. My God. This is what Satan's armpit must smell like. Oh me, oh my, this is the way that we all go to hell. I once watched a really good film with Ewan McGregor in, I forget the female lead that was with him. But anyway, Ewan McGregor was just playing a normal guy. And it was the apocalypse. We were going through the apocalypse, and it was about the senses, and every time they'd lose another sense, like the sense of smell would go, and the sense of hearing would go, and touch and taste, and eventually the last sense to die was the sense of sight. I can't remember the name of the film, but it was really good, and it was like the apocalypse, but in really, really, really slow motion. And I just thought it was a really different take on the subject. And I quite enjoyed it. I just thought it was a good way to do a film about the apocalypse. Definitely. I'd love to, but because I have to do so many different customers, the rosewater would linger on someone else's, and I can't cross-contaminate smells. So I'm afraid it's something I just have to put up with. This is the House of Horrors at the moment. What do I have left? Please tell me I'm nearly done. Oh, 3 more to do and we're through. We're through. Oh, this is a level of cruelty. This really is. Okay, let's take our minds off it. Let's talk about that Ewan McGregor film. Oh, let's try and remember what it was called. Oh. Oh, Perfect Sense, and it starred and Eva Green. Yeah, Ewan McGregor and Eva Green, and basically it's us as we go through a very slow apocalypse. And actually it's a good apocalypse, is this one, because it talks about us losing our senses, and we start off losing our sense of smell. And it doesn't just hit everybody at the same time. It's like different groups of people. I suppose it'd be genetic makeup. And each person loses them a little bit more quickly or slowly than the others. And it ends in the film where everybody's gone blind. And then that's it. I suppose after that, because that was the last sense to go, we all sort of like the human race is done at that point. But I just find it such an interesting concept. But it doesn't say why. It's a bit weird as to, it's like some sort of virus that we've caught. But we don't know we've caught a virus. And the scientist, played by Eva Green, I think she's looking for a way to stop it from happening. So as I say, it doesn't happen to everybody all at once. It's like a gradual thing. If you've not seen it and you want an apocalyptic film that's a little bit different, may I recommend. Sweetheart, don't use that nice vacuum cleaner outside. Otherwise I might cry. Dad might cry when I tell him I need a new one. Can you imagine look at his face? So Sorry, just having a moment. So, yeah, it's really weird as a movie goes, and it's kind of like a horror, but not a horror. I suppose the horror in its sense is us losing our senses. And I just think Ewan McGregor's really, really good in it because he's just like an average guy. You know, it's pretty much run of the mill. He works in a restaurant. He's a chef. So naturally, his senses are, can I taste it? Can I see it? Can I smell it? Hear it? You know, and all those things, believe it or not, are really, really important when you're trying to enjoy some food. Because if you cannot smell the food, imagine if you lost your sense of smell. And then you're trying to sort of like eat the food. In a big respect, because you can't smell it, you can't really taste it because the two are connected. So that must be really, really weird. And if you lost your sense that you'd be able to feel things, then if you're chewing on something, you wouldn't know, you wouldn't be able to feel that you were chewing on it. So all your senses are all really important. And I think that's why it makes it a really very unusual movie. Okay, I don't think that looks half bad. It stinks to high heaven, but it looks lovely. Some people have funny things. They are very strange. Well, that's a foxy little number. I liked it anyway. It's called Perfect Sense. When did it come out? Oh, 2011. A long time ago then. In the sense of movies. Oh, it's another pantsuit. Oh. God, no, it's not a pantsuit. It's just a weird dress. Oh, that makes it even worse. It's lycra. Oh. Brian, you know what? I paid, whatever I did wrong in life, I have paid for it today. This is downright evil. I don't know. I'm a good person, right? I consider myself a good person. I can't believe that this is happening to me. I've sinned. I have sinned somewhere down the line. Right, I'm not doing any more ironing of that. Bollocks to it. Bollocks to it. I can't. I just can't do it to my nose holes anymore. Well, anyway, what I'm saying is, if I lost my sense of smell, like in that movie, Perfect Sense, at that point, I don't think I'd be too upset. Especially if I didn't have to sniff this anymore. Satan's armpit.
What blooming soap powder did you use? After I finish this, I'm changing boards. This is cruel, man. Ah. Burn myself. Not like majorly burn myself, I just like burn myself a little bit. I think it's going to be another long day. Oh, 5 hours yesterday. Anyway, I was all telling you about a little bit of a problem that I was having with a particular person on my account. And it's really upset me. To the point where I've had to remove a couple of my posts that I've put up. And no one should ever feel, especially on their own channel, that they're being got at. But unfortunately, I have. And I have removed my posts that I did. And I've complained to YouTube about it, and I've tried to block the person, and I have blocked them, but they keep coming through because YouTube keep lifting it, and I'm just like a bit at my wit's end because I'm feeling a little unsafe and a little bit threatened, and it's sad that I can't. I've got something really nice here with you guys, a super lovely relationship, I think, that we've all got with each other, and we enjoy talking about horror. And as it is, this person's spoiling it. And it's borderline flipping stalking, and I don't like it. And it's got the reaction out of me that they wanted. They've upset me enough that it's been bothering me all day. Right, turn that off, empty that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 9 items it is. Yeah, the end will be in sight. I'll jumped in front of the train.
you can imagine I've been really upset about it, and I'm worried about being stalked, and they won't stop giving me this attention, and it's really upsetting me. I mean, what else do I do? Nope. Okay, I need to... Right. Need to get rid of those. Oh, we need to swap it over. We bring out one and we put away the other. we're swapping boards now. Okay. This one's going to go for a freshen up next door. I wish my nose could go for a freshen up. Oh well, no rest for the wicked. No rest for the wicked. Isn't that the saying? No rest. I must have been a bad one in my last life. Because I've had a hell of a run this life. Hiya, Sharky. Oh, it's always a big smile on my face for you, my love. We've met some new people today. We've got the Tasteful Thickness and Moe, who came all the way from France, somewhere in France. Who else did we meet? Oh, Keanu Reeves popped on, and I'm like, Keanu Reeves are on our channel. I don't really think it was the real Keanu Reeves, but you never know. I'd like to think it was. I'm eating again. I'm really good at this. Right, last bag of absolute crappy goodiness. Are we ready? Can we do it? Final bag of the day. And if I thought the stuff before smelled bad, holy hell. You ain't sniffed anything quite like this. I'm beginning to think I'm being punished for something that I really can't remember if I did or I didn't do it. Final bag. Yeah, final bag of something that smells like the cat died in it. All I can say is my changing career had better come soon before my nose drops off my face. This does not smell like Chanel. It smells more like Channel. Talk about the board smelling like Satan's armpit. I'm going to smell like Satan's armpit. Yeah, you should be singing the song to Final Countdown. How are you doing, Sharky, anyway? Are you having a good afternoon? Hello to everyone that's new as well.
Thank you very much for calling by, and I hope you've enjoyed it enough to want to stay. We're going to be talking this afternoon about more horror.
Why not? The horror that is the laundry. Oh my goodness. Right, yeah, I'm going to make it my mission to find as many horror stories as I can about a bag of laundry without asking AI to write a horror story about a bag of laundry.
Now, I do know that Stephen King, or Praise the King, wrote a book, a very short novella actually, not a book, about a killer laundry machine called the Mangler, and that's the one that's in the graveyard shift. But first of all appeared as a very short story in a magazine. And he got the idea for the story because at the time, in between being a student and starting his official job as a teacher, can you imagine? He was a teacher that taught English. Can you imagine? His English classes must have been legendary. Anyway, he worked at a laundry press while he was a student. And that's how the idea came for a killer laundry machine. In case you were ever wondering what gave him the idea, there you go. A demon-possessed ironing machine. Fabulous. When my computer's finished doing its little backup, then I'm going to make it my mission. Make it my mission to find as many stories as I can about demon-possessed washing machines. Oh, that's the dryer done. Speaking of demonic possessed, Mildred is telling me that the load is done. And if there aren't any stories about killer washing machines or killer irons or anything that's killer in the laundry industry, damn it, we're going to have to make one up. Yeah, because you know, we don't. We're missing an opportunity. We're missing a golden opportunity here
for a killer washing machine. I think I've just may have given a future Stephen King writer an idea. Oh my goodness me. Anyway, Space Nut, if you have any advice on how to deal with a stalking kind of person that seems to have got onto my YouTube account, and even though I have removed 2 posts that are doing incredibly well ratings wise, then could you pass your knowledge my way about how I can engage YouTube better so that they're actually listening to me about my said problem? Waiting for my computer to finish doing what it's doing. I don't think I've got much longer to go. I've never known it take this long doing a flipping backup before. For the love of God. Ow, 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 ow. Nothing seems to be happening. Has my program, have I frozen again? Come on, computer. Didn't take this long. Anyway, you were asking me earlier. I've been giving it a lot of thought. I'm definitely going to take Alas Babylon. All three of the novels of the rats. And if I wanted, I'm probably going to take the City as well. Then I would have The Omen by David Seltzer and Prophecy by David Seltzer about killer bears. I'd take The Virus by Stanley Johnson. If I could have an indulgence, I'd probably have another nuclear war book called Swan Song by Robert R. McCammon, because that's just epic. I would have Lucifer's Hammer by Larry Niven and Jerry Pournelle. Gracious me, what else would I have? Dracula, because it's just Dracula and it's absolutely beautifully written, and I just love the story Dracula. I'd probably take Cats by Nick Sharman, because it's just bonkers and it's about killer cats attacking and eating everybody in London. I think I'm getting perilously close, aren't I, to my limit? Okay, I'm going to flip over onto movies now, and I would probably take The Prince of Darkness by John Carpenter, because that is literally about hell on earth and the devil crossing the void via a mirror in the bottom of a church, because he's being held in a cylinder and he's taking the form of a green gelatinous gloop. Probably have The Thing as well, because I like The Thing, even though The Thing really scares me. I mean, that was what I watched that way too young, and when I saw those poor huskies, that were a bit much, even for my fragile little brain. But I did enjoy The Thing. I mean, The Thing is
quite scary.
Okay, finally. Okay. Eesh. I was just busy typing away. Done finished.
Yeah, that's good. Bet you feel well for that. We're about halfway down the bag.
Ooh.
Good. I'm downstairs in the dungeon. I haven't seen the sun in many, many days.
Me neither. I never see the bloody sun. I've given up thinking I know it's a yellow thing that lives in the sky, and that's about as much as I know. Anyway, while you're on, look. Ooh, good. How are you doing, guys? Do you want a bucket now?
Okay.
Well, yeah, to take some soapy water up to wipe the furniture down. Before you put the cushions on, otherwise the cushions are going to get manky. I'm just doing something on ChatGPT. And it'll be ready in a minute. to you. Sorry. It's gone. Show you how to do it, 'cause it's dead easy. To be honest, when the dad said he got me a new vacuum cleaner, I thought he got me a new Dyson, but they're a share. That's all it is. It was literally tap. And it's done. It's done that much. I'm amazed. And I'll be honest, if we weren't any like every just like spiders and flies, that's it.
On your arm.
Jesus, that mean that the monster that's eating them is way bigger than it's hiding at the back of the water. It could be a very thin monster. Anyway. Oh, thank God, so it wasn't that bad. The last time I went up, there were flowers and bird poo and all sorts stuck to the furniture, and I was like, oh, well, then, in that case, then, happy days. And don't worry, I'll vac up the lawn later. Because I know it's very hot out there. I know you don't like vacuuming, that's fine. I don't mind it. Kids. Children. Why do we have babies? Oh, goodness me. I'll be glad when this day is done. And we will call it Wednesday. Come on, don't take that bloody long. Oh, hello. You had 29 shirts to sign. That's a lot of shirts. Good grief, that is a lot of shirts. Right. Sorry, sweetheart. There I was. I wore me so busy. My history t-shirt signed. Teacher signed your shirt. Good. I got 49 people to sign mine. On my last one, me and my boyfriend are at the park. Ooh, congratulations on passing high school, sweet pea. I bet you're so pleased. Oh, it doesn't want to play ball. Woof! Hell's bunnies. Sorry, I was just busy typing something. Yes, you need to be cooling. Oh, so it's wet. Oh.
rough.
I've got manky blooming wet socks. Ice pops always. Oh no, fab ice lolly with the chocolate, the hundreds and thousands, and the strawberry. Enough said. Sweeties of yesteryear, my favourite, my heart, I love. And if I had the choice right now, I'd be tucking into a fab ice lolly. I'm just saying, I would. And a can of 7-Up. Right, that's all they're getting. Water's much better. Fab is a good choice. Favourite ice cream, yeah. Wet socks, I mean, who does that? I'm having a really bad day. This is what happens. Some days you get lovely laundry, other days not so much. Anyway, I gave you my full list of all my favourite stuff, and I have decided that I'm taking DVDs and books. If it's going to be the end of the world, at least I want something that I'm going to enjoy. Oh, and how could I forget? I want a copy of Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. In fact, it's the apocalypse. At least you look like you. Look what I've created. Hang on. I'll flip you around. 5 Alive. This is what I've been creating. There you go. There's Monty. He's got a little food bowl. He's got a little pouch. I've got some emergency tea. That's me. But we look pretty good, don't we? No, not quite. 28 days later, Monty is the battle cat. But that's what I've been creating. Anyway, now I was trying to get it so it was like the blister pack toy, but I just need to fine tune a few things. We're nearly there. Anyway, I'm coming back and I'm going to do a bit more work on it. Isn't Monty cute? Monty looks absolutely freaking adorable. We're getting there. It's a slow process. It's going to look fantastic. Oh, I've reached my creation limit. I think we're nearly there. See what you think. There we are. All right. These are some of the things that it's thrown out, but they don't look like me. That certainly doesn't look like him. That was another one that they created, but not quite right. I like that one most of all. But my absolute favourite is that one. I just think that is so cool. Anyway, there you go. Learn something new every day, kids. Turn you around. Yeah. No, not quite. I don't think I'm that old. I'll be fine. I'll explain more later what's been going on. It's not somebody that appears on here on Lives. It's someone that appears on just sending stupid messages on my community. But I'll explain more later, love.
You go get your shower. I'll be absolutely fine. Here we are, Ryan Love, you're back. You and Sophie, and the universe is resettled. I knew I was working on something, you see. I'm going to go back and work on it a bit more tomorrow. We are on with doing someone else's ironing right now. And can I just say how absolutely hideous and god awful it truly is. What time is it, kids?
Oh, it's only 2:30. Crikey, I thought it was way later. All right, Ryan. Be on soon, love.
Anyway, getting to movies. We were doing movies from the year that I was born, 1976. What an awesome year. Oh, gracious, I am Mr. Tired. I'll be glad when this bag's done. There's not that much more to do. Thank goodly goodness. I'll be so glad. I'll be so glad when this bag of horrors is done. Ever heard of the film God Told Me To? It's quite a strange horror, and it's to do with an alien race that disguised itself as a fallen angel, and it's utterly bizarre. And it's all these people that go around doing very strange things, like in the name of the Lord, and they like kill people, and the voice in their head says, God told me to, and it's just weird. Except God might have been telling him to do it. It's a very, very, very strange
horror. Obscure. Not many people know about it. It's a man that believes he's been born in the normal sense of being born, and finds out rather quickly that his coming onto Earth was by any means normal. And he finds out he's been adopted. And then he finds out that his adopted mother is still alive, which shocks him even further. And he goes to find her and finds that she's living in a nursing home. And she's very, very distressed by what had happened to her. And she must have been living in this convalescence nursing home for some time. And it's because she never really truly got over how she came to be impregnated with the baby, and how he was born. And let's just say extraterrestrial involvement is here, and it's just a really creepy horror from the 1976. It's called God Told Me To, and it is just downright creepy. Fancy a really weird horror for tonight, I'd recommend that one. You can find it on YouTube, I believe, if it's still up. I wonder if the milk's been delivered. I'm just going to go and check. I think I've just heard them. Loads of stuff, Sharky. Have you seen my new action figure on my posts? If you haven't, Sharky, check it out. It's really funny. It's my homage to 28 Days Later. I asked AI if they could create something, and that's what they created, and I thought it was absolutely hysterical. any t-shirts now, lads and lasses? Oh, I'll be right pleased. I don't have to do this anymore. Ooh wee, well I be. Happiness is an empty ironing basket. Busy. I've been very busy today. So, if you fancy a good horror, an unusual horror, God Told Me To by Larry Cohen. Good horror movie. A good choice. Certainly different. Very intensely creepy. I'm doing air fight. How are you doing, Sharky? I'm eating again. There's one here I've never even heard of called The Rat Saviour. I won't mind finding out a bit more about that. Apparently based in Yugoslavia. Different. The Omen came in 1976 as well. I mean, we all know that one, Gregory Peck and Lee Remick. Good choice actually for a horror. If you fancy something a little bit creepy, then I would definitely recommend The Omen. Hang on, this is inside out. And I am not ironing that. Ugh. I'm going to hang it and I can blast it with a bit of steam. Right, that's all that's getting. Whew. That's a funny looking shirt, isn't it? How are you doing, Sharky? ridiculously getting close to the end of this ironing. And I, for one, am very pleased about that because I can't stand no more. I'm sorry. Whew. This has been quite the day. Quite a smelly day. There we are. You just got to ask yourself some days, is the smell worth the nose loss? But thanks to you guys being absolute darlings and being so lovely, yes. I love talking to you all. I really do. You're an absolute joy. You truly are. Thank you very much for being there in my life. You're an absolute joy. You're good company. And I love you for it. Only about 4 items to go. Are you feeling happy for me? I hope so. I'm gonna look that one up. The Rat Saviour. That seems like the kind of movie that'd be right up my street. We are perilously close. Oh, you had a nice cup of tea yet, Sharky? Waking up slowly but surely. Okay, one more t-shirt. I think I have then a skirt to do. Oh, we're so perilously close. I can feel me shutting down on that side. Oh. One more item of clothing left after this, and then we're done. What was that, my darling? Oh, hugs right back to you, Sharky. Honestly, you're so lovely. Can't believe I'm nearly done. I'm nose blind, right? I can't smell anything anymore because my sense of smell's just destroyed with having to sniff this lot. I tell you, people not know what deodorant is. This is evil. Proper evil now. I ought to do a horror movie about killer washing machine and killer laundry and smelly laundry and evil laundry. I mean, how is is this humanly possible? I don't know. But here we are, living the dream, right? Oh my goodness me. Right. Let's see where we are. Let's turn this off. Because we're now finished. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 8 items in there. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21. Add 8. 21. Of course, it's 29. Brain is shut. You always put a smile on my face, babes. Right, let's see what we did today. Not too shabby. Oh, just over. That's not bad. Right. This lot's going next doors with me's. Whoa-wee. Right, my darlings. See you later.